Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am One Lion, and I'm trying to respond to Dual Beats in Big Gaming's chat. Spending the first 10 minutes just typing on a different screen. All right. Anyway, welcome in. I am One Lion. For those of you that don't know me, I am a .NET developer working on client solutions, client projects, doing my day job while I stream. This way, I'm able to connect with other developers. Since I'm a solo developer, I don't really get that opportunity very often. Well, I mean, now I do because I stream, but I used to not. So I'm enjoying the opportunity to be able to hang out with other developers. And what else? So I do Blazor development mostly. It started off as .NET MVC applications. These are all modernization efforts and maintenance and stuff. So I need to close a window, a couple of windows. Are you getting chat? Okay, so here's the deal. Here is the deal. I think Twitch is being mean. Let's see. Let's do GH. Oh, never mind. It's not being too mean. That was the first message that actually came through on my bot. I was expecting to see the stream elements message like I do every other day, but we should be good to go. Automated realms. Are you listening? Automated realms? Hello, Marcus Voice Coder. How are you doing? Yes, I'm listening, but I'm also going to talk for you. Alt-Enter. Why Alt-Enter doesn't work? Clear history. I really need to be able to update the instructions so that it knows not to actually put our names or infer what we're trying to say. I'm knackered. Way too hot for cycling today. Well, it's actually weather outside here. It's kind of odd. I have no idea what the weather's like. Speaking of, all I know is that I can see some sunlight coming through the window well. I'm in the basement. And I guess it is bright enough upstairs. Well, I mean, I rarely ever use lights in the house to begin with, but it is bright enough upstairs that I can see without needing to turn on any lights. I like how BitKamey's going down this rabbit hole to try to figure out which Gossip Girl we're talking about. And I was like, he was asking about the actor from You, what else he's been in, and I was like, XOXO, Gossip Girl. Don't ever apply to be a weather girl on TV. Man, there go my dreams. There go my dreams. Okay. I recently got from our what are they called? Home insurance. They have this program where they send us some free humidity sensors, and I installed them, set them up, but I keep getting a flippin' notification planned maintenance start time April 30th at 9:34. my time, which is just now. I logged into the app and it says scheduled maintenance. End time 30 April 9:34. Are you sure you have maintenance? I don't think you got maintenance. But it keeps giving me a low humidity warning for the laundry room. And I'm like, I don't care if the humidity is low. I live in Denver, Colorado. There is no humidity. Not even inside the house. Manage alerts. We don't have email notifications or indoor temperature alerts or humidity alerts turned on. So why, oh why, are you sending me notifications? Is it like all of them share the same settings somehow? Don't mind me. Anyway, how's this? Look, I can point to the map. If you look here, you will see that in Denver, Colorado, the weather is currently dry and will remain dry for the next 6 years minimum. And then over here, how am I doing? Unlock with biometric? I like biometric unlock. But no, I have no idea why it's sending me notifications for low humidity when that is not turned on. Don't send me emails. Oh, I've forgotten how to life. Give me a second. Everything gonna be all right. Like the highest humidity we have in the house is 28, and that's right next to the water heater. Yeah, okay. Manage alerts. Maybe if I specifically said only send me alerts via push notifications. Okay. Anyway, welcome in. Hi. We have been working on a client project called RTRAC, and we are modernizing it. We're bringing it up from a .NET Framework 4.7.2 application to Blazor. And while we're doing that, I was thinking we may as well go ahead and update the code, update the UI a little bit. The UI is still quite beautiful, the one that's out in production. Look at this beautiful login screen. I love sharing this because like the actual login screen was a lot worse than this. It had all of the same information, but it was a lot worse than this. And I applied every bit of knowledge I had about how to use CSS to include text shadow. I don't know if you can see the text shadow behind everything. And just the way to organize this login form. So yes, I designed this. Damn it, I'm proud of it. Actually, I'm not really proud of it, but whatever. It felt good while I was putting it together, and then I looked at it and I'm like, welcome to the 90s. And then I left the rest of the app's overall UI design the same. I did kind of change the way that the menus worked because they didn't really work before, and now they work pretty cleanly and strong, solidly. So that was nice. That was fun. But everything else is just bleh. It's all of the original UI, the way that it used to look. That way the user wouldn't have a massive, like, when I'm not used to the application yet, when I'm not used to working with the customers, the users of the app, they wouldn't have a shock from suddenly there's this massive UI change and I need to talk them through how to do stuff when I have no idea what the app was used for at the time. But I do know more now. Okay. I'm going to turn BitGaming down. Marcus says, those default buttons could use some work. Only the buttons, yeah, that's the only thing that could use work. Never mind that all of the titles on the pages are images, not text. Whatever this thing is, where one line, like, again, this is all ported over from the original JSP application, where the first line is blue and the rest of them are not, and you can choose multiple files, but only up to 4 files. And it's just so odd. There's so many odd choices. So currently, again, I'm not great with UI, but what I have done is I've applied the standard UI template that I've used for the more recent applications. And that looks like a heading. Okay, so this is the basic login page that I'm sharing with all of the applications. It's from a component library that I took the .NET 8 authentication UI and scaffolding and stuff like that from a brand new project, and I turned it into a separate component library that I can just add to any of the applications. And this way I don't have to keep redoing the same configurations for pointing it to the right database, using the right application user or identity user. I have all of my service dependency injection stuff in a container or extension method, so that it just, I feed it the application, the basic roles, and that's it. That's all I need to do. So there's our login. The actual application, this I'm thinking of making like a dashboard type thing, similar to the way that I did DDMS, where it's welcome to the app. Here's some things that you can do that are the most likely things that you with your role are going to do. Load data, maybe records check, and this will probably be both records check and chain of custody check, and edit TRN data, maybe in the opposite order. So that'll be this screen here, loading data, then record check, then chain of custody check, and then edit TRN. That toast stayed there forever. So yeah. So anyway, applied the basic styling so that I got for free the dark mode toggle, the color scheme that I've been using throughout all of the applications, which is this blah, boring gray color, and then this dark blue, bright blue color thing. It's not great, but it's better better than what it used to look like. So we've been going through and trying to get all of the functionality to work properly and well, most well. What can I do? I can close this because it's distracting me. Sorry, I'm eating my lip right now. It's tasty. Numbers. Okay. Moving on. What is this? I can close that. I really want to work on this though. Aww. I wanted to see the message. Okay. Yeah, I'll close that. So we've been having quite a few issues with the Twitch bot, and I haven't made time to work on it. That's okay. You don't need that. All right. So we've gone through all of the forms, all of the pages, and looked for anything that has a TRN list and made sure that that TRN list responded to our lab selection dropdown where it filters that list by the selected lab. And we took care of all of them for the intermediate role. Did you catch my stream the other day? I managed to revamp MVC index page all with VS Code agent mode. I did not. That sounds awesome. So I started your stream. I turned on your stream, and then you immediately went offline. And I was like, huh? But I did leave it open, and I know that the tab was open, so I was at least a viewer on your stream, but I wasn't actively watching because I was doing a billion other things at the same time. But I was there for when your stream did start back up. But if you're streaming again, I am definitely going to check that out. I would love to hear the work that you did on it. Because one thing that I have not seen yet is someone actually using Copilot agent, VS Code agent mode. And in fact, I think now is a great time to install Visual Studio on this Visual Studio Code on this computer. I have it on the other computer, and again, I think I told you, but I've used workspaces before last week for the first time, and it wasn't a great experience. And I want to get better at it to see if it will do the things that I'm hoping it'll do. Not doing a good job of cleaning up my downloads folder though. Add open with code. Register in path so that I can do code dot. I got through that fast. But that is exciting to hear that you're doing that. I was hoping to be able to give you a shout out later, but just in case, we'll give you a shout out now, and then we should have time to give you another shout out in the future. So if you have never seen a Marcus voice coder summon a biscuit, excuse me, I'm forgetting how to actually life right now. If you've never seen a Marcus voice coder stream, you are missing out. So Marcus voice coder has a situation where he is not really able to use his hands, especially for typing and other hand dexterity related things. Can I mark you as done? I really don't like that opening thing. And so he does what his username says. He codes using his voice. He also sometimes plays game with his voice too, and it's really impressive to see. But regardless, I mean, it's really cool to watch, and he gets quite a bit done, and I just love how quickly he zooms around all over the place. One of the reasons that I love watching development streams is because I love watching people who are comfortable with the tools they use just fly around in that tool. And Marcus is no exception. He blows me away. It's really, really cool. Okay. Extensions. So since I'm logged in, aren't you supposed to pull in the extensions from my roaming profile and stuff? Question mark. Why does his voice keep getting higher? So I installed Copilot. Do I need to install anything else? Oh, I should do this on screen. Do I need to install anything else in order to get VS Code agent? Is there like an actual extension? C# dev kit. Okay, C# dev kit, which should give us quite a few of the other extensions. Like IntelliCode? Maybe, maybe not. Sign me in, boss. I want to sign in using this account. Where it says ask in your Copilot, the drop-down list might not have agent. It might be a setting to enable. Okay, so here there should be a drop-down. One of them is agent, and it's that easy. Awesome. Okay, and then the other one that I just want to go ahead and get installed is Copilot Workspaces. So this is the thing that I used, and oh my gosh, it feels like you're fighting against the extension, but I'm installing it so that someone that has experience with it would be able to give me some pointers on how to be more successful with it. And is this Git? Regular Git? Yeah, cool. Okay, so let's say that we were looking at, for example, D drive. Regular Git, one lion, bot try 3. Yes, I trust the authors. Sign in with your Microsoft account. I already did, but it's going to have me do it again. I want this one. Did it give me a pop-up or something? Is that what you're waiting on? Is there a pop-up that I missed? I think there's a pop-up that I missed. I'm good at this. Okay, connect me to... Come on. Okay. Set up your environment, install the .NET SDK, which should be installed on this computer. .NET version. Yeah. Okay. So I think that might be superseded by agent mode because there are tools directly to work with GitHub MCP there. Interesting. Well, I think maybe you will be the one to improve my success with using it. I'll mark this as done because we don't need to do anything else. Changes, blah, 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 blah. I can go through this on a different one. I just don't like seeing flipping open tasks open like I need to be doing stuff. I just want to use the tool. And then I'll ask later, how do I use this? Okay, so in Copilot, there's a tools icon on the left. So here is that's Copilot workspaces. Where is regular Copilot? So maybe inside of here, inside of Copilot. How do I get to Copilot chat? Place where you just saw ask an agent. Yeah, I don't know where that went. That's the thing. It's completely disappeared. Don't mind me. I'm not very familiar with navigating around Visual Studio Code, but I'm sure it'll get easier over time. Gotta be this thing. There it is. Okay. Thank you. Marcus sent it to me. Okay, so then we're here. You said you can choose models yourself, and if I'm hosting my own local, then that would be probably configuring shouldn't you be using an environment variable? Don't they usually use environment variables? I'll grab my OpenAI API key real quick. One moment, please. You just used the subscription. Oh, okay, yeah. So the way that it's currently set up now is most likely just use your subscription. And then if you use the OpenAI API key, that's probably the pay-as-you-go thing. Because accessing the OpenAI API costs, you put credits into your budget. So, okay, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it off then. Oops. Okay, go away. Go away. And so we can add files, but I want it to know. Oh yeah, here's the tools thing. And then you said add an MCP server. So MCP is the manage code spaces. I don't know what MCP stands for. The most cool one is you can click on add context and you can get a screenshot of your browser or the current window and give it to the AI. Model context protocol. You told me that last time. One day I will remember. One thing that I did see that I was trying to experiment with was code spaces. That's why that was the first thing that came to mind. I have created a code spaces before so that I could be in the browser and see if that was a better experience with the workspaces. It wasn't. But that's okay because Marcus is going to talk me through this. So Marcus, here's the deal. I am in Visual Studio Code I have a project open, a solution open. Well, I guess it's a Git folder open that has a solution, and I'm using this solution here, TwitchBot Lib samples, and I'm wanting to get the latest copy first. Dang it. Why don't I have the latest copy on this machine? So up at the top, comes with dev kit. Yeah, I don't know what that means because I'm not seeing it. It's actually at the bottom for me. Below timeline. This is time. I don't know which one of these is timeline. Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe it was up here. I'll sit there for a second while I try to get the library, the library up to date. Oh, that's what's happening. I see. Okay, you're staring at it, bottom left. So if I look at, oh my goodness, in the accordion. I see. I see. So this would be the entire folder that I opened, and this would be the solution that I chose to open. All right, cool. Cool. Yeah, I was looking on the far left, and I'm like, I'm just blind, but yes, I see it. Cool. So the Solution Explorer is very similar to Visual Studio. Great. And I do have my solution folders that only exist in the solution, but not in the file structure. This is awesome. I like that. It's familiar to me. And the easiest way to do a pull, is that you? Wait, that's pull requests. So this is probably where I made the mistake with the Copilot workspaces. So I told it to, yes, periodically do a fetch. And I thought that that's what was causing it to keep saying sync failed, and that I had to keep restoring the branch and discarding my current changes and all of that stuff, when I thought that they were both editing the same live changes. So I'm going to go ahead and push no, because I know when I want to do pulls and stuff. Okay. So here's the deal. I started splitting up the library. I said I started splitting up the library. Did I not? Okay, I know what happened. Add existing project, source, here we are. Solution already contains, yes it does, but Ermagerd. How did I do this? Does anyone remember? Okay, next question, I guess. How do I switch solutions? Can I just double click on it and it'll load? No, that opens the file. Right click, open solution. Hey, that's easy. I like that. So I renamed this project to shared. Is there a way to close the solution? There is. This would be much easier to work with then when I want to rename stuff. So for example, I'm going to call this shared old. And I'm assuming that what this is doing, the reason it's taking so long is that it's updating the folder name and path in the solution and any references from other projects. But if you have time, the thing that I would love to learn is how to successfully use the agent to finish splitting up the library into these this organization that I think is better. One project that has all of the shared models, stuff that doesn't have to do anything with server-side technologies, and then the other one that can only be used in a project that is running on a server or in a secure space, essentially. Hello? Why didn't that actually rename? Could not rename because what? Operation is not permitted. You're not permitted. Hold on. Oh, except that I can't be using too much time on this, but I really do want to get used to it. All right, open file location. Oh, I don't know why I did that. We can be over here. So what I'm really wanting to do is change this project to old. Change the folder. Wait, no, that was new. You are not the old one. I'm the old one. I'm the evil one who said, gonna let everything just happen. Edit notepad. Zoomy zoom zoom. Twitchbot shared. Old. What just happened? Don't confuse me, please. I'm easily confused, okay? Okay. You're going to be the new shared. I'm going to do all of these things at the same time. Don't you just love manually editing files and project names and references? Isn't it the best? Oh man, Marcus is on a roll. He's really wanting to help me out, and I really want him to. So I will be right there. Core. No, you guys can't see Notepad++. Let's stay in regular Notepad. Okay, so you are changing over to shared. And you changing to shared old. Okay. Now do a dance. Let's do the pony. If you guys reference TwitchBot shared. I was about to Alt-Control click. Yeah, that's the other thing that's going to be fun to try to get used to in Visual Studio Code. It's one reason that I haven't switched over to using it primarily is because I have so many keyboard shortcuts that I'm used to in Visual Studio proper, as they say. So not really trying to learn a new IDE or I guess that's more of a code editor. All right, so I'm going to call that good. We're going to try opening the solution. I mean, when you add enough extensions, it becomes an IDE. Open with code. Hello, DC Aggie. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Da 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 da. Man, I need help. Open solution. All right, so the solution opened. It does see my projects. And my original projects. Good. I do want to open this in Visual Studio real quick, just to make sure that it is actually resolving the projects, because I know what it looks like when it doesn't resolve the projects in Visual Studio. So DC Aggie Marcus is talking me through a workflow with GitHub Copilot agents. I'm sorry, VS Code agents. I mean, the project's loaded. That's really what matters to me. Oh, duh. This is going to be like this because I was in the middle of making these changes. The other solution then that I want to open is the samples so that I can add Mon's projects. Why are you still called shared? I'm just going to re-add them, make sure that I have them added correctly. Exist projects. Source. Start with shared. No, not that shared. This is going to be confusing for me for a while. I apologize. Paul of Jies. Shared old. Add. Existing project. I forgot to edit the solution file for the samples projects. That's what's going on. And regular. And you need a reference to this just in case I deleted it on accident. By accident. Which I did. Then existing project. Shared. Oh, cool. All right, so I am going to save this for later. I'm so glad that you posted that. I need it on this computer over here, please. Alice. Awesome. I will watch that after the stream today, and I mean literally. after the, unless you start streaming, of course, in which case I'll just watch you live. What was I doing? Where are we? What's going on? Okay. You can collapse. We're in Visual Studio at the moment. I will continue working in code here in a second. Okay, there is shared. Existing project was core. And make sure that core has a reference to shared, just in case. And so the reason that I'm assuming that there wasn't a reference before is because this is reformatted. Hello, Captain Commerce. How are you doing? Okay, so I have the projects and solutions set up the way that I want them to be. I did that using regular File Explorer and Visual Studio. Oh, except that one more thing, I promise, and we'll stay in here. My body lies over the ocean, and also my body lies over the sea. I wanted to make sure that these have the right project references. As I scratch my shoulder until it falls off. You're going to want to use that one. Ampersand shared models is going to use this one. Oh, I got to check for it first. Shared client. Shared models. Shared server. Which should also have a reference to the original library. For now. Okay. Now we can go. So now I'm going to catch up in chat because Marcus was telling me some things. You can also use the terminal for the git commands. The way it works is you basically open up the files you want to edit or click add context to include the ones it needs to look at. Then give it instructions while it's in agent mode. They're planning on rolling out agent mode into Visual Studio eventually. That'd be cool. To get used to agent mode, it probably would be helpful to just start a new project for testing. I only do it on an existing project. I use it purely for accessibility reasons, talking about Visual Studio Code specifically, because I was making a comment about being used to Visual Studio proper. Then he gave us a link to his YouTube, what's it called? VOD, to his stream, VOD, which he posted on YouTube. It's going to be great. And Captain says, 1-1, ahoy, ahoy. I'm doing pretty darn good this fine Wednesday morning. How's you? Well, I are kind of all over the place, but not in a bad way. It's not like the anxiety riddled all over the place that I get when I stream. Okay. So essentially, whatever files are open are added to context is what I'm hearing from Marcus. So if I had... Oh, they are here. They just aren't in a subfolder. Okay. If I had... Well, so that almost defeats the purpose of what it is that I'm trying to do. And you can also drag them from here. That's awesome. So my goal for this run, and I guess I'll open DDMS instead. My goal for this run is to turn my original TwitchBot live and TwitchBot shared old, which is what I'm calling this one now, into... Wait, what? Where even is this coming from? Into a version where, oh, okay, that's what's happening. Inside of inside of TwitchBot Live, there are some models. Yeah. Okay. Like the interfaces here. I want all of the interfaces to be available from TwitchBot shared. So if I'm in auth, I should see all of my interfaces and all of the models associated with that interface. I think this thing is leading me to do domain driven, where this is the auth domain, this is the channel points domain, this is the chat domain, etc., etc. So this is a TwitchBot library, if you couldn't tell, using event sub. So all of my interfaces and base models for everything that I want should be in this library. Then all of the specific implementations of those interfaces, hello TBD, should be inside of this library. Hopefully I enunciated the R enough so that you heard library. I don't want to trigger anyone. The thing is that it's currently organized in a way where, for example, there are event handlers that don't have server-side logic per se. They just use interfaces and callbacks and stuff like that. So I want all of those to be in the shared library as well. Maybe there should be a third library for all of them. I don't know. But really the only thing that I'm expecting to be inside of this library that gets associated with the server-side project or the secure client are the ones that are the implementations for doing things like authenticating, getting the token, storing the token, refreshing the token, the actual event pub sub hookup. But then I was like, isn't there a version of event sub that works like IRC where you can be on a public client and not need a token and still be able to get chat messages and stuff? Can't drink the water bottle while the lid is on. Okay. But still, Marcus said it's probably better to start from an empty project, a new solution. Yeah, I'm going to keep working on that on my own. But one of the ones that I really wanted to figure out if it could help me with. So I'm going to go back to a version of DDMS that I cloned at the time that I had however many thousands of warnings. And this was the project that I was trying to use Copilot workspaces on. Terminal. I'm so blind. Over here, please. People would like to see the work being done. So I am cd git cloning DDMS. Okay, and if I open the solution for DDMS, oh, this is going to be so bad because I got it down to 20 warnings and then I made a change and it's up to 90. warnings. But this is going to be back in the thousands. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. We're already at 1223, 1786, 2539. Can I see a 2555? 2555. Anyone 2555? No? 2554 going once, twice. Sold for 2554 warnings, most of which are cannot convert null to non-nullable reference types, possible dereference of null, all of that stuff. Okay, so the goal, Marcus, is to have it review the file that I have open. Didn't I tell it to open the folder? No, I didn't. Collapse. Okay. So, for example, one that I know has a lot of issues is my search service. I mean, this file by itself is 1,400 lines. That's not even the biggest file. Document service. There we go, 10,000 lines. So this is a file that I wouldn't have wanted to go through and resolve all of the nullable warnings, tell it to use all of my syntax that I prefer to use, all of that stuff. Instead, what I would have wanted is for an agent, a helpful agent, to go through this file and find all of the nullability violations in this file and resolve them. For example, and I'm going to give it a one shot. Let's do some non-null object var name equals null is trying to initialize a non-nullable object as null. This should be some non-null, or I guess I'm going to do some object, because once I fix it, I'll do some type. Some type question mark var name equals null. There are other nullability violations in this file as well to address. Okay, so in agent mode, do I just submit this question? Yeah. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for pointing it out. I might have forgotten, except that you typed it in chat, so I probably remembered it because you already typed it. Do I just hit send like I would if I was asking it to review code within ChatGPT or within a Copilot thing, and then it'll actually do stuff? TBD is saying you can certainly try. DC Aggie said a bug, which when fixed produces many more bugs, is what I like to call a load-bearing bug. But they're not bugs, they're just warnings, like the application compiles and it's running in production as is. It's just that I now see, once I turn nullability on, I now see why the application had so much potential to crash in weird ways. There were so many places that I thought I was doing proper null checks where I wasn't. Just a lot of weird stuff that I saw. Okay, it's most useful when it fixes bugs it's created itself. Interesting. Okay, well, we're gonna see what this does. So I'm in agent mode. Interesting. So it says there are no compile or lint errors in the file, which means there are no explicit nullability violations detected by the compiler. However, I will still review the code to identify and address any potential. I think maybe this was a bad one because it also has NuGet package references to my, dang it. So I know why this one is failing. I have NuGet packages for my local, not local, but my private NuGet artifact feed that is in Azure DevOps. And I remember needing to install some NuGet thing and configuring the package source and all of that fun stuff. But I do want to see where it goes with this though, since I gave it some one-shots. Cool, thank you. So the file itself is read-only while the agent is running. And look, suddenly there are lint errors or lint warnings. Can you take a look again? I am seeing warnings in the file. Warning marks. All them problems. There, 545 problems found. Yes, address them systematically. Do it. Thank you, Blazer Mr. Magoo. Oh, I love that sound. I need to turn my headphones up. That was perfect. Gaslit by AI. Watch it on Lifetime. Yeah, and so this is one of those things where it's like, it is handling it, but is it really understanding it in the context? Like, it should see where doc image path template is used and whether it is required to be non-null or empty by the time it gets used. If a made for TV film. You have 0 warnings. I will fix that for you. There's a better model you can try, GPT-4.1. And then you have to go through and accept all of the changes one by one. So that's cool though. I like the concept of it where it's having you review the changes that it made to verify they are the correct changes. Claude, look at the mess GPT-4 made. Fix it, buddy. So not gonna lie, I'm really impressed with Claude. Oh. It has thoroughly impressed me repeatedly. And I'm not saying that it's perfect. There are plenty of hand holdings that I have to do with it, but it still feels like if I use it like that partner programming experience that I keep talking about, that it's a very good tool to quickly build up a proof of concept, a prototype, instructions, documentation, all of those things. Context is key. Yes, please. Yeah, and it will lie with confidence. Alas, Claude doesn't know F# well. Then again, neither does GitHub and GPT. Does Gemini? That's probably one that Gemini would excel in than over the other ones. Gemini, I have been using a lot for its research thing. It's better than deep thinking and whatever this one is called. Deep research? Is that what it's called on GPT? Or maybe it's the other way around. Deep thinking on GPT and deep research on Gemini. But anyway, I like using it for, like, one thing that I've been trying to do is get TextGen, Uba Booga's text generation web UI working with a 5090 graphics card. Deep thought. And that requires compiling Flash attention myself with my particular setup, with the version of Python that I'm using to run TextGen web UI. I don't know quotes. I was only thinking, or I was only joking. That's the computer from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Did it do it? I wasn't paying attention. One file changed. I'm still seeing squigglies. Dear Sir or Madman. Man, I really like this though. I like this a lot. Are these regions that are being displayed in the navigation bar? I want that in Visual Studio. Are they regions or are they just regular method names? They're method names. Probably both. That is super duper helpful. Holy cow. Oh my goodness, I love that. Well, anyway, yeah, this file. I'm going to close it now because that's all that I'm going to hear if I keep that file open. I know the issues with DDMS. I am currently working on them. We're going to go back to RTRAC. So, RTRAC also has some relatively large files, but it's a little bit better. We're going to keep on refactoring. Just put everything in a file code classes. What could go wrong? Oh, in a single file? Put all of your, oh, in a file called classes. Yeah. I mean, it'll be easier to access the code. I mean, with those RTRAC in the middle of the street, the whatever it was called, the labels that it had there for the regions and the method names. That was cool. I liked it that a lot. It's not fair. Okay, so I will experiment more with agents on a project that doesn't have external NuGet dependencies, dependencies that are different from regular NuGet.org dependencies. But for now, I really do want to continue with getting work done. I can claim that that was part of work because it was for the DDMS project. But again, DDMS, the state that I currently have it in, is it's down to about just under 100 warnings. And then it's going to bloom back up to about 400 again once I fix a couple more of the warnings. But it's almost done. As far as cleaning it up so that I have proper null checks on everything. Then there's testing, and then there is integrating the AWS S3 functionality, which is what all of this was about. Yeah, and that's really cool. It would be really nice to have it in Visual Studio proper because of things like my my private NuGet packages, which again, I know you can do in Visual Studio Code using, I don't know if you guys use any particular NuGet extensions in Visual Studio Code, but the one that I saw was this JMROG one, or no, it was this PCISLO or PCISLO. Is this one okay? It's made me more productive using agent mode. You can thank the cursor fork for all of this. I read what I see, if that's not what you intended to say. It has a verified on it. I didn't see one that is from NuGet or from Microsoft, so I'm assuming that this one is okay. Wasn't there a login thing? Cursor is a fork of Visual Studio Code, and it codes with AI and had agent mode first. Awesome. Well, then thank you, Cursor. I will not cursor your name. How do I open up the NuGet panel? I remember it being a panel down here when I installed it last time. I don't know how to get to places or do stuff. I don't even know what the button is for pulling up the command window. Right click on Solution Explorer. On an actual project. But I want to see, like, there was another window that came up. And it had the package sources and a couple of other weird things, a couple of windows. Control-Shift-P is the thing that I was looking for. Okay, this thing. This is what I was looking for. So I guess, Marcus, if you haven't seen this before, there is a panel. If you open up your command palette and go view toggle NuGet. I don't see view toggle nougat. You. But anyway, it's here. And so one of the things in here was this page. Nope, that's the credentials. This thingy here that you can add a source. Or you just say toggle panel. Such a cheater. Nougat. Package sources. You there. And it's kind of weird though, because wait, this looks different than even the one that I was using last time. The one that I was using had me add the source as JSON. But anyway, this is cool. This is very cool. I don't know if it's just that it updated since, what, a week ago when I did this? Okay, what do you say then? Will you restore? And hopefully I'm building the one that has the fewest dependencies. There's lots of updates on a monthly basis generally. Oh, well, that restore was successful. This one should access some of the databases. So if this is successful, then that means that I would be able to fully develop DDMS inside of Visual Studio Code with agents. I can't tell if any of these are errors. Do I need to install another thing to make this color-coded? Color terminal. Hey, Nook. Oh, no. That's not the kind of coloring that I was looking for. Wow, there's only one verified user that has published something for coloring terminals. Or whatever this check mark means. Yeah, this has nothing to do with the term. Wakarimasen. Doesn't matter. Nope. You're imagining things, Deflux. You are imagining things. I have no idea what you saw, but as Marcus said, we're going down a rabbit hole and a half. So not doing that. Lay off the coffee. Yes, instead, get some sleep. Don't wake me up when it's over. Okay, we're trying to work on RTRAC, but thank you so much, Marcus. I really do appreciate you getting me started with it. That's all I really needed. I'm sure I could have looked for it and figured it out pretty easily, but I don't have the motivation to look for stuff like that at the moment because there are so many things already that I am exploring. That are we vibe checking? No. We are not. Absolutely not. Vibe is always on the stream, and vibe coding just makes it not vibe as much. Okay, so we're going to take a glance through this. Okay, so that's original RTRAC. This is current RTRAC. It's a vibe check, mate. ODC hanging. What I am doing is looking through all of these tabs. Cool. For anything that still relies on lab that we have not addressed, because we did intermediate, but I don't think we really did do. Yeah, we didn't do the final roll. Oh yeah, that's right. This page, man, we need a loader. Where are my notes? Does anyone remember where I put my notes? RTRAC. Load data. Show loader. Yep. Okay, so that's all my notes. Yeah, it's so weird. Why is everything else fine as far as loading from the database, but this finalized TRN takes like 12 hours to load these few records? It's only one record even. And then on top of that, when I switch, it doesn't actually show me loading or anything. All right, view stats. Don't care about stats. Archive. This needs to be changed to something different because I have the... I guess I need to decide whether or not I should have a lab picker for people that have multiple labs. Does it really make sense to have? Wakarimasen desu. Methods aren't loading. An error occurred. Analyze TSP, no records found. So I have no idea if TSP, actually we should double check. TRN export TSP. So TRN export should be its own component, but I also have TSP export as page itself. So we are using filter TRNs, which is good. And filter TRNs is using the active lab. Good. So that should be taken care of. Final TSP, biota, I am sure we took care of. That was the most recent ones that we did. Good. And DPRA, none of these have TRNs because they are all maintenance type of things. Are you really not going to load the method data? Well, I spent the last 2 days writing an exception report that I've optimized to just take just 1.5 hours to generate. Wow. How many exceptions do you get? Oh, keepers. Good, good. It looks like Restream is doing what it's supposed to do, so hopefully that means if anyone does happen to show up on YouTube and feel like chatting, that we will see the messages. Messages. Maybe, I wonder if I should just move the lab picker, because it's going to work the same regardless of where I have it. If I just move the lab picker to the pages that have TRNs and that use the lab to pull their data, instead of putting it globally, because like for that one page, view archive, you have to type in the lot that you're trying to get the archive for. And not only that, there's no submit. Are you just like searching? No submit button. It's just kind of there. Preliminary. Does preliminary have any? Preliminary has the same stuff that intermediate has. Interesting. But anyway, it has the same stuff intermediate has, which means it has no additional menu items. Okay. So about 26,000 records producing less than 80 exceptional records. What does that mean? So only less than 80 of 26,000 exceptions. And it takes 1.5 hours to generate the exception report that I'm assuming only uses the exceptional records? Or is it going through all 26,000 records to find which ones are the exceptional records? An exception report is a report that lists data that is in an unexpected or invalid state. It's more, how do you aggregate, or how do you get the data for that report? What are the processes it does that are making it take an hour and a half? Okay, I am fairly content with the lab dropdown and the role picker working as they should. In this case, students required to complete new student orientation, but who don't appear to meet the criteria for mandatory participation in non-secure organizations, nasal salt auspices, nanospire oligarchies. It says new student orientation in the same sentence. Don't mind me. I just don't know how to life. Okay, we're gonna trick Dan. We're gonna trick Dan some errors that are happening. In debug, provide a view as a role switcher. Dark mode toggle. Doesn't seem to be saving state between sessions. Did we fix that? Kind of looks like we did. Put 2 toggles to get it to change though when it was light mode first. Weird. Probably has to do with the toggling dark mode after the authentication step. I want to go out and pick up lunch, but I live in a very small town. Someone please tell me what to eat. Mayo bread. You take a slice of bread, you put mayo on half of it, fold it in half so that it squishes out at the edges, dunk it in milk, and have a feast. It's great for tiding you over when you need something quick and fatty. Add cheese, subtract milk, and that's much of my childhood. Jeez. What is my other go-to? Protein bar. Pineapple juice. And lots of water. Those are my snacks throughout the day. Okay, what do we want to do with this? Where are we going? What even? How about this? We're going to go to Yemeni and say, hey, Yemeni. Yeah. Summarize this information into tasks that I can check off as I complete them. Combine any tasks that seem to be related. So I always forget which ones just give us, which ones give us Markdown for free and which ones don't. We're going to find out. So let us add an existing item. That item is going to be a new file here in Docs. And we're going to call this tasks, current tasks. How's that for using AI suddenly, randomly? Cool. So it did give me something that I can check off. Now, are these tasks that I want to do? I want a seafood diet. Seafood, eat it. All right. So you were boring. I inserted an R because I didn't know what that word is supposed to be. You were boring to check your UI using the Wave plugin to ensure, and not at the moment. Not at the moment. That was like 3 years ago. But I'm interested in the exciting conclusion. Wait, really? You remember that though? So the thing is that I did, and I do, and I often do. So I even have Wave already installed, and I constantly, well, not constantly, and I check it often. So yeah, I mean, it's there and it's easy to do. And I did, and I do. Which one did I check? I checked DDMS. It had to have been DDMS. Man, there are 2 contrast errors. Your mom's a contrast error. Oh, 2 errors. Where? Take me to the errors. I'm missing a form label. Oh, interesting, but I'm not. The label's right there. Just collapsed. Anyway, as you can see, it's not many. It's not too many. If I open up an actual document, We'll see if it's worse. I typically do two things. First, I use Wave, and once Wave has no red, I try navigating my screens using an iPhone with VoiceOver. Awesome. The one that I was doing for the work app, the desktop app, was using Navigator. I tried doing that a few times on stream, or not Navigator, Narrator, and it gave me a panic attack like instantly. Toggle you off and back on. Oh, geez, that sucks. So I lose state when I toggle it off and on. Does it, there. 111 errors. Yeah, like these will need to be bigger if I wanted it to be good on a touch interface. But one thing that, how do I word this without just being dismissive? I don't want it to sound like I'm dismissing what you're saying. One thing that I considered while doing the accessibility and the responsive nature and mobile friendly and all of that was, who are my users currently, of course, and where do I expect them to use this system? And this one is expected to be used on a Windows desktop with at minimum 1080p UI. And that is something that I could, that is a decision I was allowed to make, I guess. So I'm not worried about them needing to use touch, but the stuff that I really do need to consider are the accessibility factors, such as contrast. Do they have a mode where they can just do black on white? If I turn the operating system into high contrast mode, does it still look okay? Is it still navigable? Is it still usable? And can a user navigate through it using narrator? Or and right now, I guess the only one that I really have cared about is narrator, the built-in Windows narrator. Just because I I don't know as a solo developer that I would be able to test all of the possible assistive programs out there. I'm interested to see what it does with the document. Yes. Screen readers. So Windows Narrator is really the only one that I was testing on before. Oh, that's not. This one isn't going to be great because it's only a few fields. So apparently my labels are not associated with my input fields. Weird. Empty buttons. There's a button here. No, that's missing form label. I don't know where these empty buttons are coming from. I don't actually see it. But yeah, again, I am trying to get RTRAC done, so. Oh, right click to highlight the issue. You should be able to click label and then it goes to the box. The keyboard focus is on that. Yeah, so this empty buttons one was not obvious to me where it was taking me to. Here. A button is empty or has no value. Choose code to see the HTML. I see. Yeah, and I know how I would address that, but this one is DDMS. This was, again, very, very, very early on. So probably not the best one to look at currently. Right. I want Gemini back. By Gemini. Because I also want this. View. Task list. Why are my tools opening up in such weird places? Wow. You are lying to me. There is no way I only have 3 to-dos in this entire solution. For a screen reader, that would not indicate what the button did. Right. Yes. And I have a lot more understanding of what screen readers see and how they work now after my time with the other company. So I would definitely make different decisions regarding that. No, don't say that. Okay, as mentioned, there is no way that I only had 3. So DC Aggie says, Visual Studio's / to-do finding seems broken in recent updates. And then Marcus said, that's probably a to-do for the Microsoft guys to fix. Fix / to-do. / fix / to-do. But DC Aggie said, we have to get everything accessibility compliant this year. So much of my future is running Wave, fixing labels, etc. Yeah. And that was a major part. Like, there was an entire 3 to 6 months where the only thing that I was doing was getting all of the ARIA tags, ARIA attributes updated correctly, the screen reader only stuff inside of buttons. So that button that said it was empty, I would put inside of it a span screen reader only with the ARIA. Man, I don't even remember anymore. ARIA label of whatever the button does. Well, I would probably just put that on the button itself. So role equals button, ARIA label equals whatever it does. You wouldn't use an ARIA label if the functionality wasn't already there. That was a lot of negatives. Oh, you would only use an ARIA label if the functionality wasn't already there in HTML. But that button in particular was just an add button where it was styled, or it was set up with a class of OI plus or OI add, whatever it was called. And that was it. No content inside of it. But what I could do is put a span inside that is screen reader only and say what the button does inside of the content of that. There, that's what it was. Or I could give it a role button and an ARIA label. Groupthink. What a think. Well, I'm looking for, oh, it is here. No, I don't want to use canvas at the moment. Thanks. Or not canvas, whatever your thing is called. Okay, so is this really what I want to do? Don't use the ARIA label and unless you actually really have to. Absolutely have to. Interesting. I didn't know that that was a rule of thumb. Because I was using ARIA label and ARIA labeled by for, like, ARIA labeled by for my inputs and ARIA label for inputs that didn't have an actual label. Too many people use them too much. Interesting. So now it's become a problem. So the standards, the guidelines are changing. So that's going to be even harder to keep up with. Fantastic. I wonder if that's a thing that Copilot agents will help us with. There's too many tags, not enough disabled people. You really don't consider what you say first, do you? Dusty. Okay. In this, we need to calculate the Call of Duty on the fly. It's always half of the MRL value on the table. I have no idea what any of these things mean. Refactor base authenticated service.validate user into an attribute. Oh, wait, no, we're good. That was DDMS. I was going to say we can add the authorization Blazor component library to the project, but this one is using that. Investigate and correct the rounding differences between your version and the stored procedure version for corrected mantissa and corrected exponent values after running records check. Update database queries, link to handle case and sensitive comparisons correctly, change string.equals to the appropriate EF function. And we found out when we're doing link to entities, we don't need to do a case sensitive, we don't need to to-upper, we don't need to anything because the database is set to case and sensitive, except for the RMAED database. Sorry if I missed it. What was the prompt you used? So I did two things. I have my notes from what we were going over the past couple of weeks for what I need to update in RTRAC as I observe them. So I made notes. Then I also went through and I found all of the to-dos, or not found, but you know what I mean. I was using the task list to get all the to-dos. And then I asked Gemini to summarize this information into tasks that I can check off as I complete them. So if you say that you can check off, it uses the square bracket notation for Markdown. And then if you wanted to check off the item, then you would put an X in there and then it would be checked off. Although there's this really cool check ASCII. Yeah. So this one, what is your, geez. Goodness. What is your ASCII key? If I knew the ASCII key code, I'd give that to you. But I like using this one more because it's more visible to see which ones you're missing. So that's this ASCII code here. But I don't know what that... I didn't stay on that site long enough to see the ASCII code for it because it was slowing down the computer. Unless you're using Oracle when it's completely different. About databases? Oh, yeah. So I don't have to worry about database providers. I control the database provider, and it is SQL Server. And it will be SQL Server, and it will continue being SQL Server as long as I'm here. The O word requires a $1 in the swear jar. Yeah. You mean one lion? I'm kidding. How good is like the Microsoft SQL license? Like if I have 2019 SQL Standard, I'll wait until you type all of your stuff, unless that was the end of your question. Okay. Yeah. So I honestly don't know what COD is here when it comes to checking uncorrected values. And it's not corrected mantissa or corrected exponent. Yeah, seriously. Cash on delivery, Call of Duty. I really don't know what that is. I think it hallucinated that. It did not hallucinate that. That is from my very, very first note in the document that I gave it. Calculate COD on the fly if COD is always going to be half of the value on the table or MRL. But when I just now did a Control-Shift-F for check uncorrected value, the only thing that came up was that note that we put in the document. It's so weird. Okay, so Dflex was asking how good is the Microsoft SQL license? Like if I have 2019 SQL Standard before I have to migrate to a 2022. And then he dropped the question. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Did I end up scaffolding RTRAC and pulling over all of the stored procedures locally? No. So yeah, so the answer though, Dflex, is I really don't know because I don't touch the money. I don't even see the budgets or anything like that. But yeah, DC Aggie, you would think by now that I am familiar enough with the database to recognize acronyms that show up, but this is really the first time that I remember seeing COD as far as lab results are concerned. I was asking because you said you will always be MS SQL, sorry. I wonder like what kind of yearly licensing costs you expect. I did. Or, I mean, if I do that, I'm going to find code everywhere. Don't need get ignore. Don't need current tasks. Code, 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 code. Oh, COD. It is in the method detail. So it has to do with the method. See code, installation code flag, code pen, code, cod. No, code. We love our cod. Is coming from S code, TBL temp methods. All right, here's something I can look for. Camcomber says, I would recommend Excel97. It's the best database ever. Remember SQL Server Express? I wonder if that still exists. It does still exist. But for all of you devs out there that don't know this already, I'm sure all of you already do. I'm the one that's always behind the times. But about, I don't know, 4 years ago, maybe, I discovered that, maybe it was less than that even, SQL Server Developer is pretty much a full-fledged SQL Server with all of the bells and whistles, all of the features that you can download, install locally for free. Can't use it on deployments on production, but it's as if you were working directly with a full-fledged real SQL Server, like what you would have in your production environment. So can recommend. That's what this Angie SQL is. And so what I'm going to do is try to keep up with chat, but I'm going to log into Angie SQL and I'm going to pull over. Am I going to do anything? Because it seems kind of frozen to me. Lurker. I'm missing so much chat. So if no consequence, you to migrate everything to say Postgres and save a bunch of money. It's of no consequence. Okay. For me, no, but also I'm not familiar with Postgres. So I wouldn't migrate to a technology that I would have to learn in order to be able to use the same way. Like how many SQL queries do I have that would need to be updated? When I change the provider for Entity Framework, what new things will I need to consider and update in every single one of my applications? How do I go about migrating the data itself without incurring a large fee for the client? So there's a lot of considerations that are more than just change your database provider to Oracle, for example. But upgrading the database itself has been on my mind, updating the version, because we are still on a very old version. Georgia's on my mind too. Georgia. DC Aggie said, if I didn't have access to Microsoft SQL, I'd probably use MySQL or SQLite. Yeah, probably. Local DB, Microsoft SQL, local DB, if you're on Windows. Remember SQL Server Express? I wonder if that still exists. And I did see it recently, which is why I said yes, it still exists. I think Cam Commerce said Excel97, let's go, just like that. Then Marcus said, that reminds me, I've got a legacy Microsoft Access change to make this week. Yay! I love Microsoft Access. I still use it pretty much every day. Captain Commerce said to President, not sure about SQL Server Express. I use this. It's free for database less than 10 gigabytes. And that's why I said, Captain Commerce, as far as wanting to use a SQL Server with no file size limits, you can use SQL Server Developer for free in your development environment. No Copilot there. Then Deflux said, feck. The CEO of the company mentioned MongoDB in a meeting today, and the top guy was like, nah, Microsoft SQL. It's fine. President Notcher said, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but it's literally been years since I used SQL, even a bit longer. 7 years? Exclamation point, question mark, since I used it on the job. Marcus said they are discontinued in Azure Data Studio in favor of Visual Studio Code. I've lost the thread from you, Marcus. Del Taco it is! Del Tacos. Oh, I guess we didn't actually give you a solid answer. Anyway, he's gone already. I gave you my answers, though. You asked for food. Deflux is saying, I use MongoDB because I'm sexy like that. And then to Captain Commerce, he said, disgusting. Which I think he meant to say disgusting, but maybe he meant discussing, like they're discussing using SQL Server Express or Excel 97. I liked Data Studio, but no one was using it. Oh, they discontinued Data Studio. Okay. That N wasn't supposed to be there. Excel 2003, Access 2003, best versions ever. Mojo's here. Hello, Mojo. So I am currently pulling over. I am importing data. I am going to script. You guys can't see this because I'm on the actual test server. I am going to script create database for RTRAC. I could just use Entity Framework to do all. Oh dear, hold on. Don't know where that came from. It came on suddenly. I don't think that I'm done sneezing, but that's okay. New database, who does? No, I need to start a new query. New query. Targeting master. Create database. I can't create database because it's trying to attach the database from a file. Yeah. Oh man. Should have done that before. I join you and I join and you mention Excel. No, Captain Commerce mentioned Excel. We are just talking highly about Excel because of how fantastic of a product it is. How great of a database it is. Marcus said Excel is excellent, or do I mean Google Sheet? Ouch. Reg is here. Hello, Reg. Oh, Reg was here a lot earlier. Still, hello, Reg. I'm on a seafood diet was your first message of the day, I think. Nope. Alas, Claude doesn't know F#. That was your first message. Anyway, hi. Welcome. I didn't actually say hi, but Reg is saying, I work a lot with government defense contracts. We don't upgrade versions of anything unless they pay and submit a contract change request. Same. Mojo said to Marcus, Google Sheets is better than query function alone. Oh, for the query function alone. For the query function alone. That's what he said. Tourette's? Is that your Tourette's showing, Mojo? Excel is my gas company. That is also my utilities company for gas and stuff. I think we might live in the same area where we have the same service providers. Weird, isn't it? President Not Sure is saying, I remember those days. Huge companies work in a similar fashion. Deflex said to Reg 9, I hear that's how federal workers get married, too. And then President Not Sure said, I bet they'd update everything if their outdated software resulted in ransomware attack. Oh. Look at Vista. I think you were the one that said you know Vista, but yeah, look at Vista, not the operating system either. Okay, well that's not gonna work for me. That's not doing what I want it to do. This the vision imaging it's a thing for the VA, the everything for the VA. It has the human resources stuff, it has medical records, it has performance appraisals, it's their system that tracks all of the data, and it runs on months. And they're still using it. Just hand it all over to Doge. Problem solved. I mean, Grok. Okay. I'm kind of just like not actually making progress anywhere. I need to make progress. Otherwise, I'm just going to start feeling like I'm not making progress. Okay. I don't care about this yet. I don't care about this stuff. I really just need, man, I really need RTRAC. So I'm going to see which databases we have the projects for. Get RMA get connection manager RTRAC. No RTRAC. Let's clone it. Depth. Connection manager. So if you are relatively new here, or you've never seen me actually working on any of my client projects, what you are about to see will be atrocious. These are all of the databases that our applications access in one way or another. And so the one that I'm looking for in specifically is this one. Oops. Git clone. Oh gosh, it's this thing. I'm going to do them all because I really don't like this part of it. Which is every single project that I have that uses a space, it does the URL encoding and makes spaces %20. And I really, really don't like that. You there. I need to know which databases I have not yet cloned, so I'm putting that on a window over here. I will read your messages here shortly. I want to get this. I want to take a step forward and feel like I'm doing a thing, because you know me, I don't like to waste my clients' money just because I want to stream and connect with developers. EDTC. Get okay, so I'm going to put this over to the side too to make it easier just to navigate. So I have EDTC, I have ASTRAC moisture instrumentation, which we don't even use anymore, but is there. Oh, you know what else is gonna suck? I need secrets for all of them too. No, not if I'm doing local DB. It'll be fine. Or not local DB, but my local SQL Server developer. I want to rock. I want to. That almost got me. I was reading the part after the RMA, and yeah, you could see where that was going. Stopped myself just in time. Oh yeah, absolutely. It'll save me a lot of time too. Deflex. RMA chain of custody, RMA ED, RMA water, RMA suite. Secrets.xls. Not even an X at the end of that, because we got to use best XL ever. Nobody knows what this added X is. Nobody needs that mess. RTRAC I just did. SBCcom, SQL Web. Don't really care about SQL Web, but for completionist's sake, git clone this one. STRAC. Jeez, there's so many. Git clone STRAC. TCM data. TIFF index. I really didn't understand this TIFF index database. We still don't use it either. But I think it was supposed to be the actual images, the PDF documents. This was where they were going to be stored or something. I don't know. It's very weird. It's a very, very odd thing. Okay. And userman. Userman. Git clone. Pasta. Okay. So all of them are there now. And I'm sure there's an easier way to do this using Excel, but I'm going to rename all the ones that have %20 to have a space instead. That's going to be our slogan. Why don't we have merch for that yet, Captain Commerce? I want a shirt that says, I'm sure there's a way to do that in Excel. Okay, so the one that we care about right now is RTRAC, which is going to make us also care about two others. So RTRAC. Do you have Power Toys? I do have Power Toys, and I didn't think to use Power Rename. Would that have been easier to write than going through and deleting the %20s from the folder names? No, man, that's the other thing. None of the existing Git repos are trusted by me. That's okay. It gave me the command to use, so should be good to go. Good to go. cd .. // Git pool. Dude, I just did that. Git pool. Ah, this is going to be great. This is going to be fantastic. It would have been developer content. Are you saying that doing file maintenance and cloning repos is not developer content? Because I'm sure a lot of you are in jobs where you have to do a lot of folder and file maintenance. All the Excel merch. The problem that I found is I couldn't find a logo that could best represent Excel, though it has been a while, and I had a bunch of other shenanigans going on. Yeah, I remember. You have to write code whenever possible. I see, and thank you so much for the follow. We will get back to writing code for Mojo because he's being impatient. No, I'm kidding. Mojo is absolutely right. This is a software development stream, and we should be doing software development, but instead I'm doing file maintenance. Where code to fix files once, manually fixing files. Oh, is greater than manually fixing files. This is true, but I don't plan on doing that anymore. That's why I did them all at once, so that I wouldn't have to do it again. Again. The thing that I would like to do is write a PowerShell script that CDs into all of these directories and then does git config global add safe directory. But what do you know? I'm hacky. Do. I should put this on screen since I'm here. EDTC. And now that it's on screen, it's like, can I get a new one of these? Okay. This will make it easier for me here. So we are in EDTC. I need to go to RTRAC next. Like, shouldn't I just be able to do RTRAC database? Yes, thank you. Pretty up to date. CD. We just did moisture instrumentation. Wait, I thought that I had, oh, I do. RMA ROC. Change here to RMA ROC. Hit pull. Na, na, na. Gonna have a good time. Hey, hey, hey. RMA ED. Dang it. President not sure. Like, hey, hey, hey. Unlurk, welcome back from Del Taco. What'd you get? Armed with beans. Oh dear. Run. We're doing quality content. You know what? Can't I do something that's like... No, I'm not gonna. We're almost done. RMA water. You know, that's what I can do. I can do it like this. I can do it 9 times. Going back to a website. RMA water. When your Dasani is defective. I drink Deep Rock. Okay, then water. Marmots, sweet. RTRAC, SBCCom. Oops. Meeting time. Sorry to have offended you, Mojo. I know you get offended so easily. He doesn't. S-track. TCM data. I just did TIFF index treatment plants. That should be the last of them. Okay, so I don't really care about updating the rest of them because I can do that in Visual Studio when I am working with them. However, I need somebody once told me the secrets are gonna roll me. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. So I need to get the secrets in here for RTRAC. I'll get them from Lev. Well, you guys can probably see the reflection off of my glasses. You're gonna steal my secrets. Okay. RTRAC. Wait, what? Port did I put you on? 112. Yeah, wouldn't want to mess that up, would we? Cake, ampersand, then go to here. Well, that's dangerous if I don't say so myself. You can close. All right, so what I did is I added my secrets to the database solution, or to the migrations project, and hopefully we should just be able to build and do an update database. Okay, was there other chat that I missed? There was plenty of chat that I missed. I bet they'd update everything if they ransomware attack. Google Sheets does not have VBA. Excel doesn't have VBA either pretty soon. Then we talked about Vista. Still need a CCR or emergency CCR for that. And that was in response to, I bet they'd update. Oh, yeah. So you still need a document that says someone's going to pay for it. Just hand it all over to the Doge, problem solved. Deflux said to Marcus, I just came across an amazing lucrative government contract by a new fledgling government department. It seems they want some software that will invent fake fraud and abuse in the federal system to go report on. Needed ASAP. Reg said to me, where I work, the guest internet blocks Twitch, as does the main one. So I'm watching you on my Surface laptop using my Android phone. Hotspot. That's what I did when I was working at the VA. I used my phone as a hotspot, and I had my laptop tethered to it. It's good. It's the best. I remember those days. Deflex said, put all the keys and secrets in plain text in the UI. Problem solved. Absolutely. What kind of merch? Excel stuff? Oh yeah. Do you have Power Toys? Power Rename would be fun to do this renaming. It would have been developer content. Captain Commerce says, all the Excel merch. The problem is, and then we read that one, you have to write code wherever possible. Writing code to fix files once manually, blah, blah, blah. President not sure sang along with me. DC Aggie said, I'm back and armed with beans. Deflux says, don't go nuclear. President Not Sure said, one good thing about adulthood is that I can now do a proper Fat Albert impression. I can't. DC Aggie says, bean burrito, chicken taco, and tostadas. That sounds amazing. Oh yeah. I do gotta show this because it's super tasty. You know me and food. Blue Apron is a place for me. Everything's a song today. There are some days when I just feel like everything needs to be a song. Like I said, Blue Apron. There you go. Oh, geez. No. Hawaii. Hawaii. Humankind thinks they're so smart, but have we figured out a way to eat a tostada without sacrificing your dignity? No. We are not ready to live on Mars. We sure have not. But that's the thing. You are supposed to... Why does everything have to be a competition? We are supposed to evolve to bigger and better things. Never mind. We are encouraged to accept and embrace the things that we absolutely are good at, which is making a mess while eating a tostada. This thing here was insane, amazing, can recommend. It was so good. The stuff that you see on the plate underneath it is what's inside of it too. Red onions. I didn't really use the zucchini, but wait, no, that's poblano pepper. We use the poblano pepper. We cook the poblano pepper in the oil, but I don't like poblano pepper chunks, so I don't want to have to dig them out. But it does a really good job of making the oil nice and spicy. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. There's that. And then my other favorite from them is called, can you actually search? Can you search this? Normalized exploded views of food. These divorciadas. So it's pretty much the same thing except baked instead of fried on a stovetop. They're amazing. They are crazy, amazing, good, tasty. Again, the stuff you see at the bottom is what's inside of them. Stuff you see on top is what's on top of them. Oh. How long has it been? Why can't I? No, because I'm opening it in a new tab. When was the last time we had tostadas? Feels like it's been a really long time. It has been a long time. Mushroom quesadillas. You can tell we have some favorites. Quesadillas. Quesadillas. No, we don't have any favorites. Nope, not one bit. This thing was amazing. This made me buy a little container of everything bagel sprinkle. I put it on everything now. Quesadillas. Oh, this quiche too. This quiche is amazing. No tostadas? It's not just that the page didn't load in a searchable way. Man, it's been over a year probably since we've had tostadas. I don't think they've really offered them on the menu anymore. Interesting. Been a while since they've offered us a grilled cheese too. I tried falafel. I tried falafel for the first time. It was an interesting experience. I think I made it wrong. Oh my gosh, these were amazing. Yeah, Control F not working on virtualized list is super annoying. Agreed. I just don't know if it's virtualized. I think it's only infinite scroll, which I'm also annoyed at. Like, I thought I would like infinite scroll because you can do stuff like this and let it load, and then Control F, but it's kind of annoying. I'd rather have paged. There we go. Tostadas. The last time I had tostadas was almost a year ago, June 20th, 2024, or that week. Pinto is the best bean. It's so soft and it's just tasty. I do like black bean, but it's really hard to mash it sometimes when you're making the filling, the stuffing. And if you don't mash it, it still tastes good, but they just tend to stay more, the way that they have us prepare the beans and stuff, they just stay more solid. Anyway, that reminds me, I have leftover quesadilla in the fridge, but now I want good Mexican food. Black beans are a good runner-up. Yeah, I love how sweet they are. Good falafel is good. Bad falafel is like eating golf balls made of sand. That's what I had. And it's my fault. I'm sure it was the way that I prepared it. It was definitely like that. There was like, I don't know, the instructions were just very hard to follow, and I messed up a lot. Golf balls made of sand, you say? Absolutely. New slogan, everything. What are you going to put on your pizza? I was just thinking of, adding some everything to my pizza. Everything bagel is what I hope I said, what I meant to say. Did the instructions start with go get the 9 iron? I can't recall. This is a really hard recipe for me to follow. That's all I remember. I'm terrible at remembering things. I remember the lesson, the pattern, not the actual event. Okay, we're built. We're going to update database. Hopefully it pushes it to Angie. We'll see the database show up here. Nope, I see red. An error occurred during the login process. Oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. Trust server certificate. Manage user secrets. Add trust server certificates. Or singular. I need to stop saying it plural in my head because I try to remember it off the top of my head and I always put plural and I shouldn't. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so it sucks. Right. Okay. Dang it. So I don't have my migrations creating the stored procedures. So I need to grab all of the stored procedures and we're going to generate scripts. This is a bad idea, what I'm about to do. I am going to generate scripts for all of our stored procedures and not the views. Oh man. Do you create views? Create view. Create view. No. Okay, so I will grab the views as well. Or that's not how I need to look for it. Create view. Okay, I do create 2 of the views. So I'll create all of the views except for RTRAC to STRAC compare and RTRAC to STRAC air compare. Okay. And copy to my clipboard. So what I'm going to do that is a bad idea is I'm going to hijack. I'm going to hijack the first migration, the initial create. Well, I guess this is the update to .NET 5. And it's going to be so bad. It's going to be such a bad idea. And before we try, wait, what was the error? Why was it telling me that it was looking for a stored procedure? Oh, it wasn't. It was specifically the view. Okay. Can we create views without the table existing without errors? We're going to try and find out. Shall we? So I'm going to... What are we targeting? Please tell me we're targeting something new. We're targeting... Net 8. Okay, so we should be able to use 1, file scope namespaces, but 2, raw string literals. So my migration builder dot sql, we're going to use a raw string literal for 389,000 characters. Jiminy. Get rid of you, get rid of you. I wonder if I can just leave it as is. So I'm saving that script migration while I'm waiting for the build failed because I forgot a parentheses. Not bad. Still okay. Script migration now. 9 iron being a golf stick thing. I believe they're called clubs. That looks like it was successful. Thank you. Thank you, Tyron. Oh, I love that sound. And I'm not joking either. I really do love how that sounds. Reg says beans and good or best are incompatible. Beans are the second worst thing created right behind cilantro. I really don't like cilantro either, but man, do I love beans. So DC Aggie says the Attorney General relied on criterion that uses a single datum about words with uncommon singular plural forms. Nice. They say people who think cilantro tastes like soap have a genetic condition that causes it. Imagine being born in Mexico with those genes. Yeah, seriously. Tyrant says cilantro tastes like soap. Facts. I don't know what it tastes like to me, but it's just not appealing to me. Okay, I am going to go ahead and try to update database. This is our local SQL server, so I'm not worried about it breaking stuff. TBD said to DC Aggie, my wife is one of those weirdos. I mean, one of those afflicted with that condition. Considering Mexican food is my favorite here, that's less than optimal. Also, she's a Spanish teacher. So for me, why? Failed creating view. And it's because the table doesn't exist. Wait, this was a view that it was trying to create? Goodness me. You know what? I am going to undo that change. Actually, not yet. Here's how I'm going to tackle this, at least for my local machine. We're going to script migration. Create the EF migrations table, which should not have gotten created during this process. It did create the database, though. That's surprising. So it's like it was partially successful and committed some of these changes up through VuData. Update to net 5. Okay, so that means that it didn't actually run the create views, right? 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 Okay, so to fix this, I should just be able to do that same thing that I just did. Right click, tasks, generate scripts, copy to my clipboard for stored procedures, views. But not these two views. Actually, I'll open it in a new query window. Ampersand, then we should be able to right click, new query. Cilantro tastes like dish soap. That gene applies to asparagus too. So not taste. Interesting phrasing there. I'm not quite sure I understood it, but that's fine. I don't need to. Okay, we're going to grab all of these. Pasta U here, 378,000 characters. And we're going to execute, execute, execute. query completed with errors. And if we take a look at our RTRAC, then we should have our stored procedures and our views. Take your time. Just take your time. I'll check it in SQL Server Management Studio. We have our views and we have our stored procedures. Okay, because of that, we should then be able to complete this successfully. Oops, not script, update. No! It's so weird. And it's because it doesn't have STRAC. Oh, I need STRAC. Good gravy. Does anyone have any gravy? And if so, is it good? It says it's gonna rain. Do you think it's gonna rain, Reg? I don't think it's gonna rain. It doesn't rain in Colorado. Colorado. I bet you instead it hails. STRAC. Right click, manage user cigarettes. Copy. Pasta. Change RTRAC to STRAC. I keep trying to save that file. I'm not going to save that file. Stop drink. My phone says it might. I don't believe it. Update database. What do you say, STRAC? Do you need RMAED before you can complete all of your migrations? No, that worked. All right. Now, there you go. We're completely up to date. So I'm going to pull RTRAC over here for one more quick thing. I'm going to undo changes in that file. I am going to manage user cigarettes. I've heard it might thunderstorm around 6. You know how, yeah, where there is that, there is hail. I was going to say, you know how long it's been? Like, I heard some thunder a week ago or so, but I think it might have just been high winds. Okay, anyway, RTRAC is there. And for my next trick, I am going to populate RTRAC with some sample data using import data. And SQL connection to test server. Test server sure feels like it has more characters in it than what I was saying. With my username and super secret password. That's just PA$W0RD3. RTRAC. Wait, did I say that out loud? I hear thunder, but there's no rain. This kind of thunder breaks walls and window panels. That sounds dangerous. Good God, man. We want all those. We know what all those G words stand for. What did I say? I don't know what I said. That prompted that. Could not be completed because you actually need to log into. Good gravy. Oh, just say good God instead? Is that what you're telling me? Good gravy, good grief, good golly. Miss Molly! Jet noise, the sound of freedom. Is it from Top Gun? Random guess. Days of Thunder? Anything else with Tom Cruise? Legend? Oh man, Legend was so good. I was in the as common expression. That was fun to read that way. Anyway, I know you meant Air Force, but still, it was fun to read that way. I guess I can do S-Track too at the same time. Raven, Miss Maeve. Port data. I said don't show this page to me again. Do you understand what that means? Oh man. This one is S-Track, I said. And then I guess I'll have to do RMAD later because that one's gonna take forever. I'm just doing database imports. So I'm importing all of the data from the test server into the local database. So if we look here now in RTRAC, and we did a thing like look for that table that we found earlier, which was temp method something or other. TBL temp methods. There should be a COD folder, field. Yeah, and we should be able to tell what it is because there'll be data there that will recognize. I didn't think so. What are the chances that's not even used anywhere? Like I have it here in AutoMapper. Why do you keep turning on reg expressions? What other table? Yeah, it's only in this temp methods table. TBD Gamer says, I was just listening to that yesterday. DC Aggie, you were listening to Legend or Jet Noise? Usually people watch movies. Kidding. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Shout out to TBD Gamer. TBD Gamer is a fantastic .NET developer who streams Thunder by Prodigy. So is a lyric. You're switching between quoting movies and shows and music lyrics. How am I supposed to keep up when I don't know anything ever? In our field, we often use terms like ingest and digest, but avoid egestion, elimination / deification. I read that as defecation. It looked like a nail or a spike to me. That did not look like a microphone. That's my fault. It's always my fault. I mean, dang it. Regardless of what I say, it's always my fault. RTRAC did not pull its files over, its data over, so I'll do that later. You did mean defecation, not deification. Oh, so I read it as intended. Okay, we have data. I have no idea what COD is actually meaning. But I guess the other thing we can do is look for this stored procedure, CSP check uncorrected value, because now I should have all of our stored procedures as well. Anyone just vomited at seeing the amount of stored procedures? I do apologize. CSP check uncorrected value? Is that the same as check uncorrected val? Well, we're gonna have to assume it is. Okay, COD is something that's passed in, and we still have no idea what it means. Removing check against COD per email with OMC. This is my note. Certified. It's got to be certified something. So if the uncorrected value is less than the certified something. Anyway, point is that was removed, and since we're supposed to calculate that on the fly, since it's always going to be 1/2 MRL, then I don't know what that means. I don't know. This all just doesn't make any sense. Stored procedures are best not thought about. Truth. Consider using a struct for join fields. For example, lab lot samp number comparison for potentially better performance or clarity, specifically review, TRN service, get final lab lots. Why is it acting like none of these files or things exist. Control F12, server. We're looking specifically for lab lot sample no comparison, which doesn't exist. What am I even talking about then? Oh, we're done with this branch. Here's something that we can do. Added to do document. And what changes did we make in the solution? We added the document to the solution itself. Okay, we're going to do a pull request on RTRAC. We're going to prevent it from pushing to main. Actually, I don't think it even successfully builds. So I'm not, or not builds, but yeah, maybe builds is the word that I'm looking for. Let's do a pull request for these changes. Incorporated use of the lab picker on pages. Did I turn this into a work item? I know words. Indicator added ability. No, this is not a work item. We're just shooting off the hip, doing work willy-nilly, non-planned. I reviewed all of the code. You guys reviewed it with me. We're going to delete the branch when it merges. And locally, we're going to pull latest main. And delete, oh, come on. And delete the branch that no longer has an upstream. Okay, so this does sound like a good idea. There are probably a lot of places where I am either doing a group by or a distinct on an anonymous object. And when we do a group by on an anonymous object, that adds overhead or something. So maybe I should consider grouping by a struct. And the reason that I would group by a struct is because when you compare two structs, I believe it compares the property values to each other. Whereas if I grouped by a class, maybe I can do it as a record. That would operate the same. And since I'm not planning on changing any of the values, a record might be the smarter move. Any thoughts on that by chance? But I have tons of group bys, and many of them are creating new anonymous objects. Like this one, for example. If I made lot data group a record instead of a struct, would that be even faster? Would that be gooder? The project is running. Record struct. Are record structs more performant than regular structs? In terms of performance, I mean, there's mutability considerations, but in terms of performance, where was that note? I have no idea. I don't know anything, Snubble. But someone is answering somewhere in this post that using record structs is 20 times faster than using a regular struct according to, and I want to see the rest of that message. I could see record structs being faster than regular structs, which are classes. Yeah, they're just value type classes, right? In terms, hey, found it. Okay. My mistake, it wasn't here on Reddit. It was in this blog. So I thought it was on your post actually, but that made me look more about record structs. Here's the blog and the piece I read about it being 20 times faster. In terms of performance, structs offer performance benefits. Using record structs is 20 times faster than a regular struct, according to benchmarks. According to benchmarks, which we can just tag that phrase on anything. You can find this article in this article a relevant benchmark. This article is aimed to introduce record struct with C# 10 because it's a big feature, probably the most in C# 10. I probably missed some aspects of record structs. And the benchmarks are Does anyone know how to read benchmarks? Okay. Plain struct, and these are in nanoseconds, so it doesn't even matter for my application. But equatable struct, record struct. Okay, so a record struct takes 2 nanoseconds on average, compared to a regular struct, which takes 94 nanoseconds on average, which allocates memory and takes up an extra 403 bytes of code, whereas this will only take up an extra 148 bytes. Or not extra, but when it compiles. So there you go. Record struct. Or slower because there's more shuffling on the stack back and forth. As always, pick the types that fit your use case. I don't know what that is though. That's why I was looking it up. So this was just a regular struct, so I'm making it a record struct. Because again, what this one is used for is a group by that will only be used to group a set of records together, to distinct a group of records essentially, and make it so that the key will be the distinct values. Then we will get the distinct methods from there, the distinct matrices, and stuff like that. But we aren't doing any other operations other than some queries to the group itself. So that said, would it be a good idea to go through and find all of these situations where I am grouping by an anonymous object and generating a simple record struct? So for the ones that have 2 fields that are string, I might just make them all the same, or I could just create a new struct for every single one of them as we go. So another question to ask the interwebs is, in C#. Should I create a struct or record struct for link to entities or the group by predicate? I probably asked that terribly. Hey, is that BBB? I think that's BBB. Michael, yeah. That's awesome. Okay, let's ask our good friend Gemini. Oh my gosh, no thanks. Leave me alone. That is, I currently have a code block or have a pattern of using anonymous objects in group by, such as C#. Oh, God. Whatever. I'm sure it'll answer correctly. I always add too much information anyway. When using link to entities with the group by predicate, particularly for grouping by multiple columns, the choice between using an anonymous object struct or record struct has implications for how the query. Just give me the flippin' answer. Common and generally well-supported pattern, entity framework core providers capable of translating that. C# compiler automatically generates the necessary equals and get hash codes. Structs using a regular struct for a grouping key is possible. You would define a struct by the properties you want to group by. While structs provide value type semantics, their default equals and get hash codes implementations inherited from system.valueType can be inefficient, as they often rely on reflection for optimal performance when using a struct as a key in a grouping. It is recommended to manually override equals or get hash code. Interesting. Translation of a struct. How about record structs? Introduced in C#10, designed to provide value-based equality and hashing automatically, similar to record classes, but for value types. If you define record struct for your grouping key, the compiler automatically generates equals and hash and other members based on the primary constructor parameters or declared properties, ensuring efficient value equality comparisons. For a link to entities translation perspective, record struct offers a better chance of being translated correctly into SQL compared to regular struct without overridden equality members. And as their intended value equality semantics are clear, EF core providers are continually improving their ability to translate more complex constructs. And record struct recommendation. For link to entities grouped by predicates involving multiple columns, anonymous objects are still the most idiomatic and generally recommended approach. Do we trust this? Do you have sources for sticking with anonymous objects for the group by predicate? Interacting with AI is like cinematics in games. Why can't they just say, go there and do this thing? I love cinematics in games, Reg. Like, the games that I choose to play are often, here's 5 minutes of gameplay, here's a 30-minute cutscene. Any day is fine. I like RPGs a lot more if it weren't for chatty NPCs. Well, okay. So MMOs, for example, if my wife and I are playing an MMO, we're usually in the same room together, and of course at different computers, but still, what we end up doing is she voices the majority of the female NPCs, and we voice our own characters, and I voice the male NPCs. That works well in many MMOs because they're not always like voiced, but regular single player RPGs, yeah, that's everyone's voiced. At least modern ones. Red says, I play an MMO and I have 15 characters. After the first time through, I really don't need to see cinematics again. True. True. Um, yeah. Like, they should at minimum be skippable. I'm waiting for you to quote the open source.net repo. Just like, hey, give me the code. Just give me the code. In this one, I was just looking for the response, yes or no. But anyway, point is, we're going to stick with anonymous objects. There are some places where I am not using an anonymous object, so I want to make sure that those are record structs. And we'll just go with that. So let's go back up to the top. To the top. Up top. Higher. Higher. You there. Lab data group. You are the one that I just changed. You are the one that I just changed of anonymous. Yeah, and that's, I mean, I'm glad I looked that up because I always had concerns with creating anonymous objects as my group by. Ooh, how does this change in distinct? Select distinct. Is it still better to use anonymous objects, or should I make those record structs? Schrodinger's cat, what's in the box? What's in the box? Come on, man, just give me the code. No, let's not consider, just answer. This is why I choose Flash, and then I got flack for choosing Flash, just regular Flash. I don't want an XPOS. What are they called? Anonymous objects remain the most reliable and idiomatic. Okay, so there you go. Yes. Yes. You know what? I really want. Nope, not going to even mention it because we have 45 minutes left, and I don't want the stream to explode on us. We are making good progress. Actually, I do want to step away really, really quick. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. You know what? While we're waiting, I'm going to clone this to my personal Git repo, just like I did with DDMS. I'm going to feed that repo to Claude, and I'm going to say, Claude, this needs to be in Flash. Make that happen. Using Adobe Creative Suite. Anyway, I'll be back in like, I don't know, 30, 45 seconds. How's that for proper estimation? I'm back way before I said I'd be back. Yeah. Copy. Hey, it's Futurama. I used to watch Futurama all the time. So I'm gonna put this over here with Marcus's video. I've seen every episode of Futurama and I maybe remember 0.1% of it. Okay, so there we go. Good to know. So then the only other one that I need to consider are places where I am doing a select distinct, but I'm selecting a new instance of an object, follow it up by a distinct. Because that will never give me distinct values. And I think that's why I have so many group bys, because that was my solution for doing a distinct. Where do you go? What? When did I do this? I do not remember using a record on this. Interesting. Maybe records were just coming out and I was testing it out, but I really do not remember that. Okay, let's go ahead and start a branch because I am doing some work on this, and this is going to be eval group by and distinct. So we're going to improve our use of group by and select distinct in this branch. Shouldn't take us very long. Just need to make sure that I did look at everything while we were doing that. How you doing? Why waste time building benchmarks when you can just A/B your customers and see who's the happiest? I like A/B testing. Problem is, I guess for RTRAC, I would have more than one customer to be able to test it on. All right, so I'm happy with that. Oh wait. Okay, yeah, so that'd be the same situation where you are now a... Wait, when did those show up? Okay, so for the places that I am already using a record or a struct, I changed those to record structs. For the ones where I was using a class, I changed it to record struct, and for the ones that were anonymous objects from the beginning, those are going to stay anonymous objects. So updated structs in group by to record structs. And I guess before I push, I want to make sure that that didn't break anything else. So I'm building. I'm honestly kind of struggling to think about where I'm going next. What I would really like to do with RTRAC is get it to a point where we can add the data import utility. And I think it's going to be at that point because I needed that lab stuff to work, because that is on the page where we're going to import the data, automatically choose the lab, and then give it a lot number. Something. So anyway, I'm going to look for distinct because I need every place that I'm doing a distinct with an actual new object. So here, if lab item isn't a struct and if it isn't a record, it's I-equatable though, so I have overridden get hash code. So this will work. But if I turn this into an anonymous object instead, allegedly, it would be faster, except that I wouldn't be able to use it here. Okay, and where else am I using lab item? Everywhere. Literally everywhere. Make your code base more entertaining by replacing the I naming convention with Miser. Misa equatable. Misa disposable. Fan of Jar Jar, are we? So, I obviously ran into an issue with distinct on this object, which spurred me or prompted me to implement I-equatable on it and provide the implementations for get hash code and equals. Gemini rewrite codebase so naming convention match a mix of Jar Jar and Yoda. Ugh. Ugh. Tell me how that works out for you. Oh. That made me vomit a little. Gosh. Do we leave it as a class? Why not? Again, small enough project that that's not going to break stuff. Sample group key, same situation, I'm guessing. Yeah, we'll make you a record struct. Misa enumerable string equals repo records by ID you must get. Oh my goodness, you're having too much fun with that. Please keep going. I love seeing people have fun. Heck. Heckadas. We can skip those because those are all selecting a single value. You are selecting an anonymous object, which we found out was good. You are selecting a single value. Single value. I like these. This is good. This is good. Created biotas. New lab lot item, which we know has I equatable on it. Final lab lot, which is imported TRN records to new lab lot items. Cool. Hello, Abatus. Abatus. Or Traz or something. How are you doing on this fantastic Wednesday? You missed all of our conversations about food and beans. Beans. Shoes. Oh my god, shoes. Yeah, so final lab lot and prelim lab lots are all lab lot. And those have I equatables on them. Single values. That's an unexpected sound. That sounded like a water drop. And I'm in the basement. Distinct by anonymous object. I remember when Nerd Herder told me about distinct by. Whoa! Thank you so very much for the gift subs. Holy cow! Chuck Beasley. That was insane. Thank you so much. What the? Out of the blue. Snobble, Scod, Tyron. Oh man, Big Gamey? Captain Commerce? Wow. You just hit a lot of our usuals. What do you call them? Frequent flyers. Thank you so much for that. Now I'm just scrolling through a file. Not even know what I'm looking for. Oh dear. And that started already. What are these called? Hype train. Goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Super duper appreciate you. You could have done your hi, it's me, I love you sound, which used to be Apex. Apocalypses. Regulars. Regulars is the word I was looking for. Staples. Fixtures. I like fixtures. Thanks from a gift sub. Chuck, says Big Gamey. Yes, thank you for his gift sub. I don't see it. Oh. Return objects or lab lot items. Where's the sounds listing? There's a couple. So I have a few of them in Cheers. And I might have some sounds. Yeah, I have a lot of sounds in just regular channel points. Yeah, we're not going to let that one through. I'm going to go ahead and time you out if that's going to be the first thing that you're going to say. But feel free to come back. Feel free to stick around and listen, and you can chat if you have anything non-destructive like that to say. Oh, the sounds listing. Yeah, I didn't do anything to purposefully show that, but you should be able to see it if you just click on the bits or the channel points rewards. And you'll be able to see either and. Yeah, you don't have to click on them just because you opened it. And there's a bunch of bits ones that I put for free because I ran out of channel points spots. So I just put them in and cheers for free. But yeah, you guys are amazing. I really, really appreciate you. Especially when I was already starting to wind down a little as far as energy wise, you know, just nice and chill, nice and laid back, relaxed. All right, where is this used? Are we updating values for you, or can we change you to a struct because you don't have winding down is the perfect time to hype it up. Oh, dang. Does that mean that you guys unlocked that many or no? Those are the ones that are unlockable at the moment. Wait, no, you did. Huh? Dang. That's awesome. It's over 9,000. It is over 9,000. Lo-fi coding beats vibe coding any day. Yeah, let's call it lo-fi coding, even though it used to be vibe coding, but now that's been abducted and molested and abused incorrectly. Wow, thank you guys so much. I got a dancing laser. Those aren't lasers. He's being shot at. What? Why, guys? Why, Twitch? I don't want that one. People getting shot at. Anyway, thank you so much. You've been amazing. You're always amazing. And I really appreciate you. Wait. Why is there suddenly an error? Oh, okay. By changing this to a record struct, email info is no longer nullable. And filtered TRNs doesn't exist suddenly? What? Hold on. That's... Filter TRNs is right here. No, it's doing that thing. You do. Okay, so we only have the one error, I hope. And it's this. And it's that email info is non-nullable because it's a record struct now. Wait, that doesn't make sense at all. Oh, yes it does. Okay. Oh, this is scary. It's so scary. Context object. Okay, so my return object here for this one in a specific. Oh, you're so confusing. Why are you suddenly broke? And then that should work. That should be there. Have I been saying it a lot? And Denver. Find something more interesting to say next time. Okay, I'm going to reopen Visual Studio because the compiler is telling me that there are errors that are not there. Did you see that flash at me? I think my screen just took a screenshot at me. Damn. That was very, very kind of you though, Chuck. Really appreciate it. I don't know if I said that yet. So for tomorrow, I'm not quitting just yet, but for tomorrow, I'll have a better plan of what we're going to do on RTRAC, because right now I'm kind of just like floating around. I was expecting to have more of that type of cleanup to do, but we really are at the point where I need to start trying to get the, and I think we're going to start that today, but we're at the point where I'm going to try to get the data import utility added to the application. Distinct. Bang list flash bang. There was a silencer on it. Okay, sample group key we already looked at. There was a ton of just getting a single value. All right, what's this? What's in TRN service? That one is an anonymous object. That one is a sent email model, which we just turned into a record struct. It gave me with the lion heads. Big Gamey is one of my favoriteest streamers to watch. He was streaming earlier today. Shout out to Bit Gamey. He has so many interactions on his stream, so many things to do, so many ways to keep you engaged. And he's just such a handsome fellow that you can't help but want to be over at his stream and hang out with the who that is Bit Gamey. The who. So many things need fixing. Yeah, but it's still great. It's still a great time at your stream. Oh, method. Method's a string. Thank goodness. I thought that was going to be a record. Jeez. So the formatting stuff that you see, like, first of all, I have odd formatting to begin with. But second, the way that I used to format my code was 2 space tabs and curly braces on the same line. And so if I had any methods or any one-liners that were wrapped or that put carriage returns in, those don't shift left and right with the rest of the code in certain circumstances. And this was one of those circumstances. Blah item. Blah items. TBL import item. So this is going to be not good. This is as no tracking. So the reason that this one wouldn't work, you need a linter with your rules. Yeah, but I mean, now I'm just using the regular 4 space tabs, curly brace on a new line. Yeah, indent for the inner ones. But like here, for example, the second line is still 2 space, and then the one after it is also, actually, yeah, is also 2 space. And if I were to reformat it myself, then there's a lot of work to be done. Actually, it wasn't that bad. There's only 2 things. Okay, but this distinct here is on an object, on a class. And that is an entity from the database. So this is specifically in my database project that you saw me pull up earlier, that I did the migration from. And it doesn't have an I-equatable in order to do the get hash and all of that stuff. So every single record that we select here is going to be distinct. It's going to be unique because when we compare them, all of their references are going to be different. They're all new objects. So what I think I need to do is something more like new anonymous object. You're not going to break? You're going to let me off the hook with that? Never mind. What I was going to do, if it was using more than just, if it was actually relying on this being a TBL imported TRN, Like, let's say that I was going to eventually make edits to it and then attach it. Then I would have done the distinct first and then selected new TBL imported TRN. Except I can get rid of the trims and stuff because those would already be done. So that emote was made by Babarasu, who you've seen every now and then. Yes, that's right. I am friends with Bob Ross. And then the lion head was Kenny gave me 5 or 6 badges that were intended to be used for subscriber levels or something, whatever badges are used for on Twitch. And I took 3 of them and turned them into a sequence because they just look like they belong together. And so now it's an animated lion opening its mouth and closing it. It's going rawr. So thank you to Canny Dev. Shout out to Canny Dev, who does not look like he's currently live, but he's probably hanging out on Temptic's stream. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, so once BitGamey went offline, I kind of lost track of my multi-stream. So there's Sedalix, there's Temptic 404. Those are the only 2 that I want to lurk on for the moment. I guess Red Squirg. And no, I don't see Canny hanging out with Temptic. And Temptic is just playing a game. I don't like watching game streams during my work day. Sorry, dude. Bitter Ted will replace your spot. Much love to you, though. They're a really cool group. I love hanging out with them. Love watching their synergy together. Okay. Labla items. So we're good with Labla items because Labla items, as we said about 6,000 times now, have IEquatable. And so we can definitely tell one new object being the same as another. Primeval Isle. That's just selecting a string. And I wonder how much of this I would have done differently now that I have more experience working with linked to entities, and we have all of our new C# syntax stuff that we have access to. Let's just rewrite this from scratch. Doesn't that sound like fun? Because we're anonymous? What are we even? Oh no. This one might also have an issue because of the wonderful things she does. Yeah, this is another entity in the database, and we're trying to distinct on those. So what we should do instead... Oh, goodness. Yeah, man, this is a situation where I would need to... select the anonymous object, distinct it, or we can distinct by a new anonymous object. That's right, I scratched my ear. How many properties do you have? That is a lot of properties. Do I really want to distinct by every single one of these properties? I'm tabbing to win. Wow. So it hasn't made a single one of these properties up yet. Holy crap. And at this point, you're wondering, why don't you just leave it at distinct? And the reason why... Oh, man. All of those were made up. You ninny. And the reason why is because, again, I'm using AutoMapper here. Not again, this is the first time I'm telling you. I'm using AutoMapper here to map my TBL RMA I6 received data to a CQC prelim table record. Which kind of makes me wonder, like, do I even have a mapping profile for that? I do. And there are some special rules for it. Because I was wondering if I could just select an anonymous object and let AutoMapper map it to this, but not with this special rule. How about this? Let's do it like this. Oh, let's do it like this. So I'm pretty much selecting only the properties that are being mapped. I just do them all. Made up all of those properties. I was impressed for a while, and then I had to go and disillusion me. We'll do x dot, the comma at the end of everything. Oh, because you're in there twice. Sample ID is in there twice, or sample ID doesn't exist? Where are you getting sample ID from? Was that not the right object? TBL RMA import 6 receive date. TBL RMA I6 receive date. And there's allegedly a sample ID? Am I distincting the CQC records? Okay, so I really should have grabbed all of these. There we go. Okay. So that'll fix that one. That'll fix you. New anonymous object. Do, 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 do. Okay, that's just one value. Lab lot items are fine because lab lot item. Wait, what was that first distinct? Doesn't matter. It's a single single value. I'm blind. There we go. New error listing item. Tell to me, error listing item, where you are come from? Who uses you? Does anyone create a new? Yes. How do you break if I turn you into a record? Oh, you know what? If any of these objects get returned as a JSON, get returned in a HTTP request, they're going to try to get serialized. And I think there is an issue with serializing records, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to have to launch the app after we're done with this before committing. You guys are not allowed to have initializers. Don't you know about the required keyword? Okay, if I build from this, do we have issues with changing this to a record struct? I keep leaning in closer to the screen because the words get smaller and smaller. Okay, it built. I may as well go ahead and find out if perform records check errors on us. In fact, there's a lot of stuff that errors on us. So that's what we're going to do next, is figure out what exactly we get erroring and resolve those errors. Okay. Okay. So for example, logging in does not error. But it takes forever. And we need some more UI that says logging in, authorizing, authenticating, whatever step it happens to be on. Record check suddenly says no records found in preliminary. That was scary. Okay, so we select some TRNs, we do the record check, and we get errors, which happened before. Object reference types can be used in record structs. Did I actually have an object in there? No, I only have an enum. So I think that one's okay. Good question, though. I haven't been paying attention to that, so I need to keep an eye on it. But good catch. Good catch. Dang it, now I don't know if I actually... Once we're done checking all of these, I need to write that down. I need to check to see if any of the things that we turn into record structs have object reference types in them. All right, it is written down. It will not be forgotten. And then watch me completely forget about it. We're almost to the... Actually, we are at the bottom. So that one's fine, and that one's fine. Okay, so let's check for it now. Anything that we declared as a record struct. All right, see you later, Reg. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out and contributing to the fun. Those are all value types. Well, I mean, I don't really know. Strings are technically value types, right? Like if I put a capital S on this, it would be the color of a struct. I don't know. But the point is that I-comparable, I-equatable, all of those things are, they are, but they're kind of special reference types where the value that's in them is the thing that gets compared when you compare them to each other, not the reference to the value that's in them. Yeah. We can't just keep it easy, can we? Right, that's the one that you caught me on. And then this one is all strings and bools. Strings and bools. Date time is another one of those special cases. C# can be very weird. Hi, des. All right, so we did verify that. Thank you so much for pointing that out. We were able to build and run, and I didn't make any other changes since then. So we are going to get started on ending the stream after I do this commit message. Updated record struct. Updated distinct usage to use record struct for left values, or I don't know. We didn't change anything to, yeah, we did. We changed one to be an anonymous object. Okay, so we will go ahead and do the PR for this. Again, I'm a solo developer, but I still work in branches and I merge my changes using PRs, not necessarily because I plan on reviewing the PRs, but because I want to stay in practice of doing PRs. And if I really, really wanted to stay in practice of it, then I would do the full review for myself, because that's the thing that I need most practice with, which is reviewing someone else's PR. But I mean, we just did the changes. Updated structs and updated group by and distinct. Speaking of, I did not forget about Saito's request. I just have been extremely busy and have not been able to get to it, but I'm thinking on Friday, the first thing, if I have not looked at it by then, the first thing that we do on Friday is take a look at Saito's authentication repository and do a review on that. Even though I want to keep going with what we were working on last Friday, and we also have the bot to update, and I suddenly can't. Oh, I'm all trying to click to the end like this is something that I typed. Chose to use record structs where objects or regular structs were already used. If it used an anonymous type or a single object, a single value type, left it the same. Okay, and again, like seriously, my workflow is create a work item, or create all of the work items that I'm going to work on. It helps me to stay organized. Check out each one of those work items. For every work item, I create a branch, do the work, do the PR, mark that branch as work item as completed, but I have not been keeping up with that lately. I'm so focused on just trying to get through DDMS right now that none of this is getting done that way. Okay, if we were doing a code review on a community day, it would be useful to get a copy link for the code in advance. Okay, it is in codehelp.net. It is the very first forum post in there. And here is the actual repo link. And I'm pretty sure I've already cloned it, but I'll have to look. Okay, so we have checked that in. For tomorrow, we will begin by. This is such a terrible approach. I don't like this approach because it feels disorganized, but it's what I'm compelled to do. I really just want to run the app, try a thing. If it breaks, figure out how to fix it. I really, really don't like this approach. I mean, probably the better thing to do would be to write unit tests, but my assumption is that the majority of these are going to be HTTP response issues with the serializing of objects. So if we did a records check for this one, an error occurred while performing the records check. So descriptive. Yeah, okay, well, no, that's a good thing. This is actually indicating that we do have a return object from the server, which means this one is not a JSON serialization issue. Because this is running WASM. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen the request show up here. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go one by one, page by page, try the thing. So here we're going to try to upload a TRN from the past, which I think we did, and it worked fine. Field data. I'm pretty sure I have a sample field data file that we could use. Record check we already tested. Chain of custody check. This is, I'll make sure to have my STRAC data copied over too by tomorrow. This passes though, that's cool. That means that some of the data did get copied over. Submitting, we'll try that. We'll try it all. You know what I'm getting at. So anyway, for now, that is going to be the end of my day, the end of my workday. And I am going to get back to working just because I'm feeling bad about it. I'm probably going to try doing stuff with the bot during my free time. But that's going to be it for today. Laters, DC Aggie, and thank you for hanging out. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You're so wunderbar. We're going to raid someone that I have not raided in a while. I doubt they even remember me. But we're going to raid over to Jitter Ted. Jitter Ted. Can I spell your name? Jitter Ted. And Jitter is currently working on event sourcing with Java, Spring Boot, TDD, and more. So we're going to go from .NET, C# to a Java developer. I hope you guys enjoy your time there. I'll be lurking about with him. He's a really cool guy though, despite using Java. Anyway, I'll be back again tomorrow. There's YouTube's. There is Discord. My bot is no longer listening. No, that's right. I still haven't re-added the YouTube command and stuff. Yeah, it's youtube.com/@11dlion. Dang it, I gave it away. I was gonna do it with one hand, but it's hard for me to type YouTube with one hand. It's mostly the T to the B issue that I have. Anyway, this is fake. I just made it look like that. Okay, ciao for now.